Hello? It is time. So there's a maintenance patch release for Godot. So I've got to start by going through that immediately. So I was just going to go and look at it here and see what they've done. What precision the editor for quaternions? Cool. Not really seeing anything. Don't see anything. So, hopefully, I'm just able to pull this in and Yeah, hopefully I'm just able to put this in. So I believe what I have to do is I have to do git remote list, remote v. So I'm gonna do git fetch upstream. I guess I should go ahead and whoops. Update through Steam. Since these have only been code changes, they don't have any resource changes, so I probably don't really need to do that, but I'm going to anyway. Okay, so then what I say is I take my branch and I rebase onto 6.1 stable, 4.6.1 stable. Yeah. So git rebase for stable. Uh-huh. Nice. Seems really slow. Now it's going fast. Cool. So what I should see is all of my stuff and the last difference somewhere way down here. Thanks for following. Sherpalala. Okay, I scrolled past it. There it is. That's 4.6 stable. Four 6.1, and then all of my stuff. All right. All right. Nope. Oh, and today was gonna be a compile day too. Today I was gonna hit the record. I guess not, because it did an update. So we're back to 0. And I'm thinking if I can't, I thought about it after the stream yesterday, and I got absolutely nowhere. This is just something difficult. Maybe what I do is I just say, I pretend like what I'm coming up with is good, and I just make it. I make each piece individually. Or I guess I decide on the inputs to each phase and what I want them to look like, and then do whatever I can to make sure the last phase does that, while also considering what I would like its inputs to look like. It's just stuff. That's not... I mean, I've never made something like this, so I have nothing to go off of. Existing resources are quite abstract, but then also very specific in places that I feel like are obvious enough. So perhaps what I could do is I could just do like the layout. One thing that sounds interesting to me right now is just the layout for the behavior tree. That sounds interesting to me right now. How is it so dark in this room? I'm gonna open my window a little bit. Yeah, the exposure time really high, and then oh, no, it was lying. It just changed. It does seem dark, though. So, doing the behavior tree, essentially just the node pattern. Whatever that's going to look like. All right, less going, I can just do this. Okay, let's start from the bottom. Yeah, so the last thing we do is, I guess if this is just purely the behavior system, this is going to be excluding what the motion controller does. So what output, maybe just think about that. What input should the motion controller have? I think the input should be things like setting a navigation target, a speed, rotation, things like that, right? Okay. So the output should basically just be, yeah. If I think about it like an API, okay, the input to the motion controller. What should the input be? What does it need? I'll run it this way. So input is going to be a nav target, a speed, a face direction. So this could be different from the nav target. And something like an output. I don't think it's really going to have outputs yet, so I'll just leave it like that. Okay. So the output of the goal needs to be nav target, speed, face directions, right? I don't know what the inputs are going to be yet, but I know that the output needs to be that. Yeah, the inputs need to match the outputs, right? So just, it's verbose, but I struggle with this. So the goal input, it needs to know, it kind of needs to be able to know anything. Anything about the environment. It needs to be able to know anything. That's a big requirement. So what does it look like? Perhaps like I guess this is the tag stuff. So it could look up it might want to know... I'm just going to list out everything. So it might want to know its location in the world, time of day, it wants to know the player location. It probably wants to know if it can see the player. Maybe it needs to know if certain senses are active. So if player is visible recently. Sounds and direction, volume, distance. So give output as actions, which I think is exactly what I say. It also needs to know, like, action state, or previous action state. Does it need to know that? The thought here is that if I have a goal which includes an action for a navigation, the goal is still running while the navigation is happening. The goal just kind of like goes idle until the navigation finishes. So it's checking. Yeah, it's checking to see when the navigation finishes. Maybe it's not necessarily checking in that sense, but it could be waiting on a callback. So what happens is the tree asks the goal, hey, do you want to run? The tree already knows the goal is running because it said yes before. But maybe it keeps asking it, maybe it asks, do you want to stop? Like, are you done? It asks the goal if it's done. And the goal is just going to say, nope, I'm still waiting on a callback for navigation. And if something earlier in the list says, hey, I'd like to take over, then it'll be forced to finish. So what happens there? What happens if we interrupt something? I guess there just needs to be a function of the behavior that says, like, or the goal that says what should happen when it's been interrupted. So like a forced stop. That'd be a good idea. It could be like a callback chain instead. So it gets run, it gets a start goal call, and that kind of kicks everything off, and that just purely relies on callbacks. And signals, right? Yeah, probably should. Probably like animation state. Yeah, like literally almost anything. It should be able to access about anything about the game state, but in some kind of official capacity. So something else provides that data, and this taps into it. Okay. So this is like, I guess, some sort of data preparation phase, data tagging phase. Something needs to run that is providing these values. Maybe not even providing them, but perhaps just caching them. So if I ask for the time of day, then I query the time of day. So I have something else that's gonna, yeah. This seems to make more sense. Because time of day shouldn't really need to be updated more than probably once every like actual 5 minutes. So that value can just be cached and continuously returned. Location. Not exactly global, like vector position, but, or coordinate position, but like an intersection for areas. Yeah, this is gonna, it's like slightly cloudy, but it's also really bright. So it's gonna be back and forth with this. If it wants to know animation state, I guess these are things where they, it's queryable through the agent. So it should have access to the actual object that's running the goal, and that should be able to provide. Maybe not. Maybe the mind provides that. So you would just call like, I don't know, something like animation something. And the mind goes into agent and does its tricks to figure out. Like, would it be animation names? No, because it shouldn't know about animation names. Not even sure. I guess it's more like if the last animation, if a requested animation is finished playing, perhaps. Because you may want to say, do some kind of generic jump animation or something. And you just want to wait until that's done. You don't need to say, are we in jump state? You want to say, is that last animation I called done? So should have animation. Motion control doesn't use animation though. Animation completion. So perhaps I say run an action that's animation, and then I can use that action to ask if it's done. So by action call. Okay, so it needs to know pretty much anything. Some of these are definitely just like callback stuff. So if I run an action that plays an animation, then I can also provide, all right, once that animation is done, call this method. And that continues the process. No, I'm stuck. Who provides this? Where does this come from? I guess some of this isn't really... Like, this is... You know, you ask for player location, that's like some specific tag that you have. You say, okay, I know where the player is. Other things like time of day is just... I guess this is all... Some of this is from memory, some of this is not. Time of day isn't really memory, though. I guess you ask it from memory. Yeah, what? Oh, I lost it. Maybe I should just not be doing this right now. Maybe I should really just do something else. Maybe I'm tired. I feel a little bit tired. That's... I can't focus. Yeah, I cannot focus on this. Okay. Doing something else. I'm straight up just doing something else. Changing the title. What can I do? I think I have a bunch of, like... There's some stuff going on with the weapons and animation, and it's weird. So I'm gonna look at that. Wow, I'm like totally out of focus. Dude, I'm tired. Okay. Title. New title. I said weapons. Wow, I'm like half asleep. What's going on? I'm falling asleep. Weapon... Weapon something? I don't know, fixing weapons. Yep, okay. No more of that. I just can't. I actually can't take it. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna have to fix some of this because this is probably, Actually, I can just turn the guy off. I can just turn him off. Don't do it. Okay. Is it gonna be T-posed? Hopefully no logs. Okay, cool. So, I've had an issue with the pretty much every gun for a little while now. That's a pretty steep incline, to be honest. I don't think this was so steep. Well, I'm going to be redoing the terrain. Maybe that's one thing I could do instead. he's just unresponsive to being shot right now. So yeah, there's an issue with pretty much all the animation stuff. I broke all of it. I don't think any weapon actually works correctly. So I'm gonna go and bring them all up. I should have markers on these so I can see them intersecting the ground. They are markers. Well, why can't I see it? They are markers. Alright, I don't know, that's weird. I probably could have dragged all these at once. Be better. Probably. Yeah, why don't these have the marker gizmo? Yeah, that's weird. Really don't understand that. Okay, these all above the ground right now? I think so. Alright, yeah, now I'm just gonna lift all these at once. Okay, or I'm not? Okay, I've left Slug way over there for some reason. Little mouse just not functioning is so annoying. Okay, it's all here. I'm gonna space this out a little bit because I've been deliberately trying to pick up individual ones and I just can't do that sometimes. So I'm trying to space these out. FMJ is the sniper ammo. Other way around. The Magnum is the sniper ammo, the FMJ is the rifle ammo. Auto rifle ammo. Nine is for the pistol. Which is there. So I'm gonna do like this. Fucking is so large for no reason. Okay, revolver. So come down here, I guess. There's 5 weapons. Okay. Player. Alright. So I'm just gonna start with I think the very first one I ever did was a pistol, so I'm gonna start with a pistol. I will make the pistol work. Actually, no, the shotgun is the first one I did. Was with the shotgun's more complicated, pistol is simpler. Do the pistol. Okay. So when I click, he should rack and then shoot. Okay. I think the pistol actually works. I hit the unload button and it broke. Invalid access or property to property or key animation on base object. No. Null. Okay. Travel unload is not found current state. What? Unload is not found current state. Interesting. Okay, so this is just like a bug, I guess. Should do like has node. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to do has node first. What the hell was that? I typed a letter and it just froze and generated 4 errors. Okay. If not, state machine has no, which is dumb that this generates an error. This is really dumb. Just return null and don't generate an error. The fact that I have to write the has is stupid. Wait, unload? Hang on, I shouldn't even be going to unload. That's the problem. I shouldn't be going to unload. Pressing that button for the pistol should do nothing, actually. Or should it? Oh man, this may not be it. Yeah, this is not a good start. Oh, this is weird. I went to bed at a good time, and I woke up on my own without an alarm. And suddenly I just feel like I have a headache, and I can't think. It's not really a headache, though. It's weird. It's like the result of a headache, but without feeling like one. Scene, weapon, pistol. What? What? Huh? Travel, unload. Go to unload. If idle or reload, travel unload. The pistol doesn't have an unload though. I mean, should it? What would it do? I guess it would just... No, I don't think pistol should have that. I can't think of a reason why it should have that. So I don't know if it was clear why I was confused either. I was confused because this is the only weapon that I have that doesn't have a script. Every single one of these has a script and it does something. Mainly it's... Okay, this one's really complicated, so let me not open that one. The shotgun, I believe. Or maybe just the rifle. Yeah, see. The rifle just prevents unloading. So... Rifle has a script. It's there. Pistol needs to have a script. So... Extend... There we go. And then I say, I'm just going to copy these things. No reason to unload the pistol, so it is disabled. Alright, so that fixes that. That's a fix. Also, I left some code incomplete, so this is probably going to crash. But I guess not until I pick up the weapon, so I'm not going to do that. Travel. Yeah, so I don't do a check there. It is incorrect if it's not there. So I'm just going to write this. Yeah, I'm going to say if not anim node, then this is an error. And then, yeah, self name. And then I guess I just say return. And I'll leave that. Actually, I need the printing still. Okay, so now pistol should just not do anything with that button. Okay. Cool. Seems like the pistol is good. So sure, I guess I'll just call it there for that. No. I guess you can go ahead and commit those, even though it's kind of nothing. And why does that happened? Don't do that. Okay. And then all of these unique IDs appeared. Yeah, all the animations are there. Okay, I gotta send the... I gotta send this stuff first. Yeah, it's all just, stupid. I dislike that all so much. So you know what? I'm actually just gonna restore it. I hate it so much, I'm just gonna restore that. So... restore that one. Okay. Okay, so now it's an error. And then everything there. Um... Jeez. This is a hard day. I moved all of those. I want them to be moved. Yeah, so I can just add that as well. Okay. Fix crash when pressing unload with pistol. I just thought about that. Are those crashes? Because I know the debugger runs. I guess that is a crash, right? Because I ran a line that was essentially dereferencing a null. But I wonder if that actually means, like, if that happens in the final game, like when it's not with a debugger, if that is a crash, if the game just closes. I have no idea what happens there. Okay, next one. Let's do the bolt. I think the bolt is going to be the next simpler one to fix. Because this one has issues. A big thing is pressing reload here should be charging it. That's part of it. Okay, so that's missing. I think it's missing on the pistol too. Pressing the reload key should be charging the weapon. It's not charging the weapon. Yeah, pressing R should charge the weapon there. So why not? Why do we not charge the weapon? It's not a weapon scene. It's gotta be somewhere in weapon node, I think. So somewhere up here when I'm doing the reload input, it should be converting that reload input to a charge. Is that on player? Whoops. Reload cancel uses track if I should ignore aim attempts if they were not already trying to aim. Okay. Weapon's not triggered. If triggered, if actuated, fire can buffer false. Oh my gosh. Reload. Oh, wow, what the... Dude, what has happened to me? Like, I'm actually getting a headache now. If actuated, fire can buffer false if triggered. What? How does this make sense? How does this make sense? Triggered, ready to fire. Fire primary is triggered. If triggered, update last input fire primary. If actuated, does this fire the weapon? This is buffer stuff, right? So this is, okay. So this is false, but we've triggered. We can buffer, we cannot buffer the fire because it's not ready. Or it is ready. Fire ready, true. And handle input. And handle input. Fire primary. Otherwise, if fire primary is buffered, do that. Okay, so then down here, the charge. What's charge? Do I? What? What's the charge button? What's the charge button? What's the charge button? Okay. Okay. That's the charge button. It says period. I'm on a different keyboard layout. That is the same as the E key. E to charge. Should reloading also charge it? Okay, E also doesn't work. Okay. So let's see that. See if I get that printout when I press E. It's not doing it. Okay. What? Don't tell me it's like broken out here. Charge, weapon charge. Oh man. Oh man. Huh, it's not going. Okay, so charge is triggered is not happening. Okay, I have to turn on the guide debug. Where's debug? Player scene? Oh no. Where's debug? Lag? Okay. That was really bad. Where's debug? Is it HUD? Was it actually HUD? Am I dumb? Why don't I have the debug here? The debug should just be out here. And it's not. Don't understand why it's not. It should just be here. Wow. This is like really... Oh, add-ons, please. Guide debugger. There we go. Interact is triggered. Charge weapon completed true. Completed? Why is it doing that? Completed changes to true. Why? Why is it different? So interact and charge are the exact same thing. What? What? What's the difference between these two? Why are they doing this? These are identical. Why does one say completed and one say not? They're the same key. Did it? They should both be triggered, not... What? What? I actually don't understand. Do I do something with charge? Do I, like, break it in some way? Do I have it modified by player? Charge. Interact. I don't get this. Why does... That first one gets set as triggered, and the second one gets set as completed? Oh, it's already completed. It's like completed false, and that one says completed true. Why? They should both be triggered. That would make sense, because I did add interact for the vehicle, and that was about the time that it kind of broke stuff. It has been broken for a while. I'm just really confused why it works that way. Like the current input of value, mapping. What? What? Guide input mapping. Action mapping. An action, and then input mappings. So this is where the key is stored. So how does it know what the key is? Where's the key? The input to be actuated. Okay. Um, is same as return false. Input key. Okay. Begin usage. Is this what's happening? It's checking that these two are the same, and then what the hell? Okay. Um. All right. Is same as. Just look for that. What? A little bit. What is this function doing? Update caches. I think this is so that inputs don't have to be repressed between contexts or something like that. But this is something else. So this doesn't happen. Why was I looking at same as? I don't know. What? I don't know why I'm looking at that. What? What? Result, trigger state, none. Triggered. What's the true and false thing mean? What's the true and false mean? Does true just mean the button is pressed? Uh... That doesn't happen. Update state. There's no triggers. No blocked. That's not true. Explicit count is 0 and implicit count is greater? What do you mean implicit count? There's no implicit count. Hey, Raiden. That's cool. I am like barely awake, I think. I don't know what's going on. There's no trigger list. This doesn't have a trigger list. This is just... What? The default trigger with no trigger is specified. Down. I did sleep. In fact, I just woke up without an alarm. So I was fine until I started doing this. And now I just feel really not good. Yeah, you're right. Trying. So down is the default when nothing is specified. Which I believe just literally checks. Yeah. So why does it say... Did I hit save or something? What did I do? Oh my god. I hit save apparently. tabs. Don't trim white space and don't trim new lines. Because we're just actual apes writing code. Sometimes. Processes all currently active actions. Huh? Okay. Oh, maybe I should just look through this. Dude, I love writing code with just these, like, characters partially faded out just sitting there on the left side all the time. That's so nice. It's not distracting at all. It's not literally just white noise on my screen. Animals, man. Tabs weren't enough. They had to make it extra annoying by, like, displaying the tab character. It needed to be extra annoying. For each action, we go through here, we update state. Whatever. Blocked actions has action. What does that mean? Blocked actions add blocked action. If action block lower priority actions, and it's triggered, is this what's happening? There's some setting here. This is block lower priority actions. Why torture yourself streaming and coding when you're in this malcontent state? Because I need to work. How do I make it not block lower priority actions? They should all just be off. Because I don't have any... I don't do that. Yeah, these all need to be off. These actually all need to be off. I think... No, it's like if they have a trigger type that's the same. What did the code say? If block low priority actions and actions sharing input. Yeah, so I don't care. If you want to bind every action to the same key on your keyboard and press the key and have everything happen in the game, that's fine by me. Do that. That's just stupid. Don't do that. If you want to bind two things to the same key, do it. I really don't know why that's the default, and it honestly should not be the default. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to make that false. That should not be the default. I turn that on when I notice, hey, I've made two actions and I'm crazy and I bound them to the same key by default. And like, I don't even know. I actually don't even know. I don't even know why you would want that, really. Why you wouldn't want that. You never want that. Okay, get status, get... Wow. So that changed to false. Okay, so I'll just send that. Let me look at this. Are they still... They're not still updating this, are they? You know what? It seems good. Honestly, it seems good. I will just never update this again. Hopefully. Hopefully I won't have to. Because I have no way of knowing what I've changed. Why did sight points change? Why did it move up? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Aim. Yeah, they all just got updated to this new format thing. But since I made the default the same, they no longer have that. What? Guide input mappings collapsed false. Okay. And then I added guide debugger. And I will just hide it. Hide. And now, if I run, I should be able to charge. Awesome. 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 Why did it spam pistol charge and rifle charge only once? Why did it spam that? For the pistol. I guess because the pistol doesn't have a limit to the animations like the other ones do. Which is whatever. It doesn't actually do anything. If that's a problem, I'll figure it out later. Okay. Yeah, this one I'm just gonna restore that. I don't know why that line got added there. And then I am adding world. I don't know why I ever got rid of that. These got reordered. I'll do that as a different one. Fix action blocking. Yeah, just fix action blocking. I will eventually wake up, I'm sure. Chat disconnected, okay. Okay. I do want to know why it spams, though. I'm actually curious. And I have to change my editor settings to be normal, by the way, which is like flipping all the defaults. Just because theirs is crazy. Also, I guess I don't even hide it. I probably should disable it, right? Yeah, I probably should disable it too while I'm at it. All the weapon charging works. Try every weapon. Nice. Also, the pistol didn't spam charge. Why did it spam charge last time? Why did it do that? What? What? Why does it spam? Why did it not? What? Alright, well here's one thing I know was broken was the revolver wasn't auto charging after you fire. Okay, well it's not really that. Yeah, it charges when I do this. Yes, that's correct. Unload. Huh. That one's silly. It queues up a fire. It's probably not correct. Yeah, here's the thing. So it doesn't charge, the shotgun doesn't charge after you fire. Actually, I feel like the revolver should be automatically charging too. Well, you're aimed on sights, it should be. It really should be, I think. That only makes sense. Okay. So I think the pistol is correct now. Should make the animations have the exaggerated swagger of a black youth. Where did that come from? Who said that? Right, yep. See, this one works. This one charges when you shoot. Can I charge while it's doing this? Cool. Oh, that's weird. This should be like a first-person charge. Every other weapon has that. Wait a second, it charges when I'm aimed down sights. What? If I charge it first, it works correctly? Uh-huh. Or does it need ammo? It might be that it doesn't cue the charge off the fire because the fire is happening after a queued charge. If that makes sense. Oh, it's really bugged. What? What is going on? That's like a totally different animation. It's like playing a third-person animation. Wait, it's not playing the animation. It's just not playing the animation. That's what's happening. So from here, there's no... I'm not going to see traveling to fire. It just goes to charge and then doesn't fire. Okay. That might be why it's missing the charge then, because it doesn't play the fire animation. Wishful thinking. But why does it not play the fire animation? What? Okay, so it's definitely a queued... Is the rifle doing... Wait, do they all do the same thing? I don't see fire if I do that. So I'm just gonna click then. No fire animation trigger. No fire animation trigger. I mean, it is kind of incorrect. This one is really animation bound, so it definitely plays the fire. Yeah. This one plays the fire, and then it charges. So do I have a mistake? Because it does the charge and then it fires. What's the difference between this one and all the others? Bolt, bolt, bolt. Bolt. It actually doesn't have any difference in animation stuff. Okay. So bolt, rifle, they get into the animations. Animation tree. What do you mean? Is inactive? It's just not. So charge is allowed to go to fire. It's just enabled. It's a possible transition. Could that be the difference? Shotgun, this should be really similar. It's like identical to shotgun actually. In terms of like animation layout. Charge can go to fire. It's enabled. So is it a duration thing? Charge emits charged. Round unloaded, emit charged. Round unloaded, emit charged. It's the same thing. Duration of these, a little over half a second. So it's a little under half a second. How does it not play the fire? It could be animation duration, because this one is shorter. It doesn't sound like there's any change here. This doesn't seem like anything. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like trying to go to reload. Is it trying to go to reload? There's no fire. It doesn't. Okay, no, it's not even going to fire. That's the thing. It's not even playing the fire. I'm not even getting that. And the charge animation is longer, so it can't be that either. On weapon fire. Oh, no, I want to look at weapon scene. Go to fire, if not idle, return false. Is that it? It has to be idle to fire? Could it be a transition? One of the automatic transitions? So back to idle. Crossfade. Is idle is walking or idle, I think. Yeah, walk or idle. So 0.5 or 0.05, 0.05. Does this one just have a long transition? No, the transition time doesn't matter. It does it immediately. It counts it immediately. I don't see why this would be different. Okay, so I do fire primary. Actuate fails. This all fails. And then we get down to charge. Fire primary is buffered. So we charge. If the weapon charge worked, then we re-queue. So it must be a duration thing then. The timer runs out. The charge is longer than a half second. No, that doesn't work. Because I'm still firing the weapon. I'm still firing the weapon. How long is the buffer? It's a half second. It's pretty long. The charge here is more than a half second. In the other case, it's less than a half second. Is the bolt charge the... It's probably the only one that's this long, actually. Actually, no, the rifle is probably a really long one, too. How long is the rifle? The rifle does this as well. The rifle is over a second, and it doesn't play the fire animation at the end. So it's definitely not timing. It can't be timing. Okay, if I clear the input buffer, I'm gonna do print fired from buffer. I'm gonna say down here on the charge, if actuated, I'm gonna say print fire buffer charge the weapon, rebuffer fire. So I expect to see those print out in that order every time for all these weapons. I'll start with rifle. Rifle looks the weirdest. Fired from buffer, but it didn't play the fire animation. That's probably what it is then. But how is this one short enough? Yeah, so it's not... It should teleport to the fire animation. Maybe that's just kind of a leftover bug that I have. Whatever's happening with a weapon, the fire should just totally override it. Rebuffer fire, traveling to fire. And then I'm assuming pistols are going to be the same way. Do I have these on the numbers yet? I don't. I should probably do that. No fire. Which is weird because the fire is what's supposed to rechamber it. I'm actually kind of confused how that happened. Okay. So the results were so we're rebuffering the fire the whole time apparently. What? How does that work? Traveling to charge. What? Stop doing the spam stuff. I don't understand. Why is the spam happening? It sometimes just spams the charge, and I don't know why. I saw it happen on the pistol. Look at that. It just ran it 12 times. But I'm not going to be able to repeat that. I'm gonna try it again, and it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Okay, it happened. Why? Is it movement? Is it moving? If I stand still and hit it, one call. If I walk and hit it, many calls. No. Is it if I hit it really quickly? If I'm jumping? I literally don't know why it would... What? No, I can't repeat it. If I press it quickly, it does it. No. Wow. What is it? What's doing that? Why does it call this travel so intensely? What is this last input and input buffer? What is this? It's just a timer, I guess. I'm not really sure what it's used for. This is so weird. Ugh. So weird. Traveling to charge. Maybe it's this, right? If actuated. I do print instant charge. Otherwise I do print buffering charge. And then I say print charging results. It's some kind of feedback here where it just loops or something, and it does it a bunch of times. I can make it happen by doing this. Yeah, see, I did it. So instant charge, traveling charge, instant charge, traveling charge, instant charge, traveling charge. And then it says buffering, 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 buffering without any prints afterwards. And I've lost... It's doing it again. Check Discord. Hey, Danilin. Fine, I'll open Discord. So... It does an instant charge. So how does it fail before? Maybe if it's a... Because no, what I was doing is I was holding it down. I would even hold it down and it wouldn't work. Cool. Comment deleted. So what does this tell me? It tells me that I traveled to charge and I should ignore. Well, this is weird. Is input buffered charge? How did this happen? Because then I say buffering charge, and it's buffering, and then it should have ended by going down here and calling this. Would you send him? I'll show it. It's just distracting, to be honest. I really don't care. I'm not in a good mood. Of course. This. That fixed it. Thanks. Deleted. So... what? How do we buffer and not even... Why is there a pass here? Why did I write that? Am I crazy? If action is equal to last inputs, if is equal approx the time, we ignore it. We will update the timer. What? If we set this frame allowed to buffer, I am cranky. Let's hide that. Update last inputs. If action is equal to last inputs, if we're about 0, reset it, otherwise set that. And then instant charge. So it spams it here. Okay, well I guess the difference here is that it's spamming on the instant charge. So return weapon scene, go to charge. If is idle. Travel charge. Maybe what I say is if we're in the charge, then I ignore it. If idle or travel unload. The thing is though, I need to be able to say true always, right? It should just accept it. So what I should be doing instead is because during buffer it doesn't do anything, which is really weird. It doesn't do anything when it's buffered. Is this broken? Does this not work? Is input buffered? Yeah, how does buffering charge just not actually buffer it? Because it definitely works. Buffer definitely is a thing that works. Do I do something silly here? Where, whoops. Where once this hits 0, I clear it? I do. I do. I do that. So what I should say is decrement this when it's greater than 0. And then at the end, clear it. In fact, this shouldn't be cleared. I should only clear it when I react to a buffered input. So that's a funny bug. I always clear it. But it's also that I only want to handle it so many times. No, I mean, that's still correct. Because then that just turns it into an infinite thing. So what needs to happen is this just can decrement up here at the top. Before this. And then down here I can clear it once it's done. Probably the same thing here too. If last input is completed, yeah, this should be the same thing again. But I guess this can be a little bit different. Disconnected from chat again. Welcome to the chat room. If it's completed, do that. Otherwise, decrement it. And then down here, I guess I just do this. I will, however, keep like a boolean though, I guess. Hey, Serpent. What? Can clear next input. Happy Ramadan. All right. I didn't know about that. I've got I'm not in a good mood, to be honest. Got like a weird, not even a headache, painful thing, but just like the feeling that I am not fully awake. Next input, timer. I want to say next. If I decrement it, then I can clear it. Next input. I'll just write this. This is... Yeah, I can clear next inputs. So I need to know that. I need to know this. Can clear last inputs. true. Take some speed, I would suggest. Nope. Or coffee. I'm thinking about the coffee, but I have to go make it. I'd have to go grind the beans. Okay. Can clear last inputs. If can clear next inputs. Great. So that's was a bug. I don't know if that fixes it. Okay. So I didn't get the buffer, which is good. Oh, and I held the key and it spammed really, really hard. Buffering charge. Buffering charge, buffering charge, buffering charge, buffering charge. So it buffers it like a lot. Which is fine. And then it says charging result false, 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 false. Which is all correct. Honestly, that's all fine. I'll try to repeat this. Make it happen again. I got it to call a bunch of times. But I want to see what I want to see. Okay, let me make it not happen. Okay, so it didn't happen that time. Whoops. So I got instant charge and then it went straight to buffering. So that means weapon node charge started returning false. If not, is idle, return false. Travel charge. Enemy target, traveling, travel, is idle. What does is idle look at? Because it might be a thing where this is just bugged. State is get current node. So I guess if it takes more than a couple frames, I guess that's what it is. It's taking it a couple frames sometimes. It's annoying though. If not, weapon can charge. Okay, so it's fine, I guess. It's fine. It is quite spammy and I don't really like that. But that's all logical. So I guess if it's just like frame 1, the animation works. Then, you know, I get the 1 print. Okay. Now I need to figure out, should I send that? I should probably send that, because that is kind of that is a true like input logical mistake that I made. Stupid graph offset stuff. Apparently I moved those around. I don't even know how that's possible. I moved fire 1 pixel down or up or something. Why does it save that? Why does it save graph offset to the resource? That's really dumb. I've always thought that's stupid. Okay, so this is an improvement. Because what could happen is I could set decrement. Actually, maybe that's not a mistake. Hang on. Actually, I don't think it's a mistake. I don't think it's a mistake. I don't think it was a mistake. Because we're checking if the timer is positive. The only thing this does is that it's possible we could miss. Because my thought was, oh, we're going to clear it immediately. That's not going to happen. No, but how is it not running the... That's what was weird to me. This is the weird part. That I had a call for buffering, but then I never did the print afterwards. If next input timer is less than that, return false. Update input buffer. What? What is this lesson 0.5? I don't know, that's weird. 0.8 seconds buffer. If we set the last input this frame, allowed to buffer. Otherwise, we're not doing that. Why did it not print? Because it wasn't buffered. And it wouldn't be buffered if the timer ran out or the action was cleared. Does it clear the buffer if it passes? It does. So if it's successful there, then it clears it there. No, because it was printing... What? Bring the prints back. How does that work? What does clear do? If action is null, or next input is equal to action, then we do that. Okay. That's some weird code that I've written. Okay, so I just have to get lucky that the animation runs right away. Okay, that happened. Buffering went to that. Let me try this way. Yeah, this didn't do it. It said buffering charge and then never actually ran with the buffer. This is 0.8 seconds. That's like more than long enough. Is that longer than the charge? I guess if it's not longer than the charge, then it adds up. It wouldn't do that at all. Okay, well that's just, you know, whatever. This is like a half second. It's exactly half a second. fix the camera. I can probably go to automatic. Nice. And I'm very dark. Okay. That's too dark. What do you mean automatic? Like, what are you exposing for? Like, what could you possibly be exposing for? That's just crazy. Okay. So it's like I call update input buffer and then I immediately clear it before I do anything else. That's what happens. Somehow we end up clearing before getting there. So let me go to, I guess, clear. I'm going to do a print. I'll do a print. Yeah, print debug. I'll just print stack. Print stack. If I ever get this, then I know where I came from. And then next input equals I'll do this as well. Print stack. Either one of those. Okay. It instantaneously cleared. Select weapon. Cleared the buffer. That's whatever. Buffering charge. So we buffered it. And then nothing happened. We didn't clear. Is it not? It's not actually, it's just not buffering it. That's the solution. It's actually not. It says buffering and it's not buffering. So I'm going to print buffer rejected was a recent input. And those technically accept it every time. So. All right. Yeah, that's what I selected for sure. That's where my mouse was. That's just where my mouse was. So it must be rejecting it because it's a recent input. Buffer rejected was a recent input. Okay. Was a recent input. A recently selected input is what it should be. What? Update first person. How is it? Explode. How is this true? It was just never. There was no input. There was no input. How? This method wasn't called. There was no buffer before this. So how did this happen? I'm actually gonna explode. Straight up. How did this manage to execute when it's obviously was not positive. Not positive. Was not positive. It's not positive. Do that again. Do it again. When I picked up the pistol, it somehow buffered something instantly and then cleared it instantly. Next input timer. You know what? Let me just see where next input timer is set to something that's non-zero. So then I do print extending buffer time of display name. Show me. Show me when pigs fly. Okay, let's try it again. I need to see that happen again. Dog is like barking asleep. It happened when I picked up the gun. It happened when I picked up the gun. I'm gonna make it happen again. You're gonna tell me that I set it to 0 and it was technically above 0. Okay, well that's fine, because I actually did do a buffer. Is that what happened? Did I like click that and then it printed and I just missed it? If I press E here, it's not buffering. Okay, maybe that's what happened. That would make sense. Okay, so buffer rejected was a recent input. That's fine. It doesn't seem like it can fix the odd case where it is... This isn't a mistake? This isn't a mistake? It's not a mistake. Oh, it's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Wasn't a mistake. Okay. Alright, so again, can I figure out why the animation does not play for anything but the bolt weapon? So it didn't play there. So when I return true from update trigger, this means actuated. Update trigger. Which I guess this follows the go to fire. What is this? Go to fire must be before actuated because of spaghetti with revolvers. Awesome. While true. Weapon should fire. Do I need to check that go to fire was successful? Do I need to check that? Maybe I should do that. Why don't I have that check? Because weapon should trigger, it should fire. I tell it that it's happened. This may be a bug if I do that. Should trigger is intended to not modify its state for returning true. So actuated is when it modifies its state. But should trigger just returns if it would like to fire. Yeah. And then actuated handles all that stuff. Okay. Why don't I have that? Why do I not have go to fire there? Do I check other ones? I run melee. If go to melee, we do that. Reload. If go to return go to reload. Return go to unload. Weapon scene can aim. It's based on animation state. So why is it different here? Why do I not ask about that? In fact, it should really just be like an if here. Actuated is true if this happened. Break delta. Right, okay. I can put the if statement here, and that causes firings to be buffered. And things won't happen until this happens. For action and mechanism, get actions. Trigger mechanism action. Action fire. Fire Q, append, aim, transform. This is all really stupid stuff, to be honest. It really is. Because I call actuate in this, puts it into actions fire. Right, okay. This is really stupid stuff. This is really stupid. But yeah, actuated requires the weapon scene to be ready as well. It does require that. We have to be ready to actually run the animation. I don't like it though. This feels really bad. I'll leave the comments. Because it may be the case that it changes again in the future, then I need to remember that. I don't... That's just not cool, you know? This is really not cool. That's not how it should be. It's not how it should be. Shotgun time. It's working with the weapons. And that's back to normal too. This used to not fire it. The bolt right. This rifle would specifically not fire when you clicked because the buffer wouldn't be long enough. Or maybe it should be that Godot fire is a forced teleport as well. Maybe I can treat the primary fire buffer input as not causing trigger updates. You have to hold the button down. That could be a thing. So clicking will never... Here, okay, so here's my thought with that. With an actual gun, it's gonna fire... The trigger has to reset. When you pull the trigger and it's not ready to fire, it does the thing, but you have to release the trigger before you can fire it again. I could operate on that. But the thing with the buffering is that my thinking is a zombie appears in front of you. Surprise. I need to fire my weapon right now. I click. My weapon's not charged. So I guess what should happen is it should play like the weapon, the trigger cycle, like whatever mechanical sound effect that is. And then your guy automatically charges the weapon. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't automatically charge the weapon on a click. Okay. Here's the fix. Here's the theory. Fire primary doesn't buffer like this. We can check for input buffer. But we actually don't update the trigger. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually just going to Yeah, I'm gonna change this around. I'm changing it. So note, we only use fire buffer for we only use fire buffer for reloading, charging. Yeah. Weapon handles actuations directly from input. Okay. So I just comment that line out. And so there's two things that can happen now. First of all, I click the pistol, nothing happens. Okay, we fired it immediately. The rifle, okay. Okay, so here's the key thing that's missing. Update trigger, right? So if I am triggered, I'm triggered, of course, obviously. So mechanism tick. Here's a mistake. Update trigger. Okay, it does nothing. The single fire, when I call update trigger, if triggered weapon triggered is true, we trigger it on this. We trigger it for 1 frame, and then it's good. Oh, this is kind of wrong with single fire. Should it trigger return released? It's a bit weird. All right, let me go through this again. Let me figure this out because this definitely needs some better logic. So I go through tick. Has ticked true. When can has tick be reset? I guess whenever I change weapon triggered. So what should happen is you click, the trigger is activated, and then you have to, for single fire weapons, you have to release it. It must be released. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Delay timer, eject timer, charge timer? Do I rewrite this again? Because there is a specific decoupling that I've made where triggered is essentially, think of it like the position of your finger. True, you're holding it. False, you're not holding it. Then these things happen. Outside of here. Mechanism should trigger. Candle's actual weapon trigger implement per trigger. Is ready. What is ready? Cycle timer 0. Okay. If weapon triggered. If triggered and released, I think. Yeah, it should be if triggered and released. Or no, if triggered, should trigger returns released. Weapon trigger. Hey, Danilin. You've already been here. Markiplier cheated on FNAF. Alright. This is wrong. Single fire is incorrect. Actuated doesn't actually do anything. Actuated released equals false. Why did I write it like that? If the weapon's not ready to fire when you click, it's not going to fire. The exception being automatic weapons where the trigger is essentially just a release for like a rotating piece that will just keep going on its own. Okay. Weapon triggered. I do think I have to rewrite this. This is just not correct. Yeah, this part's just wrong around the whole board. If triggered, we must have been released except in the case of... Let me just make this one work. In fact, I'm actually just going to get food. And then... Yep. And then think about how this should be. Yeah. It's more just that... the code is not properly modeling what a trigger should be doing. And it's this case. Should trigger is different from update trigger. But right now they're really coupled. Essentially this is always setting true or always setting false, and this is just returning true or false. Should trigger shouldn't return released, it should return is ready. This part. Right. Okay. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna get food. I'll be back in 15 minutes is my guess. Timer started. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. That was 17 minutes. That's pretty good. Alright. Eating. Also, I thought about this mechanism. It should really be like, watch right in YouTube. What do you mean right in YouTube? I'm still on the clock, all right? I'm thinking about this while I eat. So there is probably a feedback thing where actuated is actually related to the weapon scene. Dude, it's not my phone. Every time I tell you this, it's me moving the microphone. I don't know if you're joking or if you just actually keep forgetting. My phone does not vibrate. If I did get a text or get a call, you wouldn't hear it still. Anyway, trying to say, there should be a feedback where actuated can allow certain trigger ticking to continue. So cycle time happens when actuated happens. But things like the trigger being pressed, weapon trigger should be true. But should trigger can only return. Yeah, so is ready needs to change. There's a few things that need to change. But the release thing probably needs to be just taken out completely. And weapon trigger needs to be handled a little bit differently. Yeah, so essentially it should say fire. Which I think fire happens on the tick, but then things like these delays don't happen until something tells back into this and says, all right, now, or the eject and the charge delay, that all happens, but then cycle time, I think cycle time doesn't really, I don't know, it's weird. I want to buy CSCN so bad. It's like an itch. Just don't. Just play the game. A 1,000 in case I could trade for skins without really spending money. Okay. So you say without really spending money. What that really means is I'm going to give up having whatever hundreds of dollars it is. Now. You're basically buying it. If you actually think about it, you are buying it. Because that is case money that could be not in CSGO skins. Well, actually, I guess if you were to cash it out, I think the best way to go is probably trying to trade one skin as opposed to 1,000 cases. You could just send trade offers to people you play with in game. I'm not sure how many people have their link in their profile, but maybe. There's Steam groups that do this. Just go there and put your link. Because otherwise the only way people can find you is in game. But and most time if they're looking to trade, they just go look for a trading group. They don't play games for it. I messed up. I was supposed to leave the timer going and I stopped. Actually stopped it. Whoops. I think I've got it. I think what I should do is commit to just a better weapon simulation where, and this would solve fire rates not precisely aligning to time passage. So if I run the server at 60 FPS, 60 ticks per second, and I have a gun that I want to shoot, faster than that. Let's say it's like 80, which means in one tick, half the time I'm firing 2 shots, half the time I'm firing 1 shot. Audio-wise, the result of that's going to be bad. It's going to mean I play 2 sounds overlapping instantly, and then I play 1 sound. Then 2 sounds and 1 sound is going to sound bad. So I need to combine, I guess essentially the whole trigger is, I mean, that's really the weapon part, right? I run things based on when you're holding the trigger. I can do multiple ray casts. I apply impulses to the weapon many times in a single tick. So you're not firing 2 bullets dead straight, and then you go up and you fire 1, and then you go up and you fire 2 again. You'd be like, boom, go up, boom, go up, boom, go up, right? The whole way. The sounds will have to be, they'll keep track of their internal delays. So what happened is at the start, I fire around. I say, all right, play the sound now. And then I still have time left, and I can still keep firing. So I fire the second round, I say, all right, some time has passed, so play this audio with this delay. Or something like that. I mean, that's got to be supported, right? I have to be able to request to play audio, but with a very precise delay. Yep. Yep. We're already kind of there with actions. This stuff, tick, right? So this returns a delta that it would like to be called with again. Just to keep things in line. Actuate does some crazy stuff though. So essentially tick should include its actuate thing. And then those actions come back to weapon stuff. And perhaps I really do just make it so that fire animation, as far as animation is concerned, is just trying to pretend to imitate the underlying stuff that's happening. So all the visual stuff is coming from here. So perhaps what I say is I say, all right, the bullet is fired, start playing the whatever part of the animation is like controlling part of the mechanism. So for the pistol, this is the slide. Start bringing the slide back. And then I'm running this and I say, all right, we also ejected around, so go ahead and start ejecting around. I say, all right, we also fired, so do your impulse to the weapon so it rises. All of that. So essentially the only animation that I have for... It's really just give me the rifle and the pistol. The only animation for firing should be on the pistol, the slide coming back and then forward really, really fast. And on the rifle, the bolt going back and forth really, really quickly. And that's it. No rise, no kick, no nothing. That will be additional visual stuff stacked on top of it as a result of this trigger mechanism taking. And then the idea with those animations is that they should be fast enough that if I need to, I can teleport the animation. I'd also be able to seek the animation. So for something like the rifle, if I have it... I mean, in that case, stuff is moving so fast, it probably doesn't even matter if it's really animated correctly. No, it should be. It definitely should be. Yeah. So probably a better... Instead of doing animation for the weapon motion, it should just purely be a deterministic, to a degree, programmatic thing. So I might have to give it something like a pivot point. I might have to tell it force, some kind of force impulse, because essentially the weapon, all it does is it comes back. That's all it really does. It comes back. I guess it also wants to rise a little bit. It wants to do some rotation, depending on like the weight of the weapon. And typically the impulse applied is, you know, if you have like a box of the weapon, the impulse is at the very top and near the back or center. So yeah, then I don't have to animate that. All I have to do is animate mechanism stuff, which is just purely visual. Okay. I will be right back. I'm back. Alright. Now, what I've said is that I should, like, redo a lot, actually. Not really redo a lot, but just make it improved. One of the things I'm scrapping, though, is animation. So if I look at the fire animation, which is actually really short already, there is still stuff here that should not be here. So the motion of the pistol right now should not be there. All it should be is just... And maybe, I don't know, maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine for the pistol. But it is 100 milliseconds. Weapon cycles in 0.06 seconds, which is in frames, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 physics ticks. 4 ticks. The first one is nothing, which I'm actually... I don't understand why it's nothing for the first frame. I really don't know why that's like that. But I guess for now the pistol is small enough that I can kind of leave it. Yeah, the first frame being nothing, I don't understand why this is like that. That it shouldn't be like that. Why? Charge doesn't have a stall. Into reload doesn't have a stall. Reload doesn't have a stall. Do they all have this 1 tick delay? They do. Why? This one's even... it's not even animating. Animate! Come on. Do it. Why are we not doing it? Can we be serious? Can we play? Now we're playing. Okay. So delay with nothing, and then motion. And it's the same way. 1, 2, 3. This one's actually 3 ticks. It's been cycled after 3. Though it does look like I've taken more stuff out of this, right? So that's good. Okay, so I thought I actually had... Maybe this is fine. Okay, so maybe I don't need to do that. It's probably fine. Okay. I still... Why can't I close you? I still need to... Okay, so first of all, actuate, not really a thing that happens. So if I look at weapon node, we just do the tick. Mechanism actuate, that's not a thing. We essentially just tick it, and then we ask, did you fire? And if we did, then... Right, so fire means actuated. So... If on weapon fire. On weapon fire. Yes, this computes it. But it doesn't... It doesn't... It computes it, but it doesn't start running it. This should be running with the delays that are happening. I'll just leave it for now, but this, I really gotta figure this out. This really needs to be figured out. This should do like weapon effects, right? Okay, it doesn't do weapon effects. I think it's a different one. Yeah, trigger particle, trigger sound. Wait, so what does this get called? Process. That's sound test. Physics process. Blade effects. Fire cue. Okay. It's kind of set up for it. But it shouldn't be here. It should be here in update trigger. And it would layer. It would stack. That can be solved later. Alright, I want to see what has ticked is used for. Where do we ask the value of has ticked? If false and we have ticked. Okay, so this is where it's red. So this is so that we can turn it off, but only once we run a tick. When we turn it on, we require a tick to pass before we can turn it off. Which seems wrong. It does seem wrong. Should I just restart it? Like, I don't know. If not used. Okay, this is just so like if we run through here and we didn't do anything, we tell it we're done. So delta 0. And then the update trigger doesn't do anything. Right. Update trigger. Should trigger. So I guess my release thing, honestly, I'm just going to take this out just to get rid of that. I have to find both of these. So update trigger. I guess can check in if the weapon is previously triggered. I guess I can just do it like this. So if we are triggered, that means I'm holding the thing. Then I say yeah, because we can call this multiple times. But it will be called oh. This is silly, isn't it? I'm gonna drop this too. I'm gonna drop this too. Those are not logical things. Those are not logical things to have. Those don't make sense. So I think what I want to do is I want to a tick with triggered. And then I say, but I want to call update trigger once. Let me do that. So update trigger is actually just going to set whether or not it's pressed. That's all this is going to do. So I'm just going to say okay. And then this is just going to save whether or not it's been pressed. Okay. And that's it. That goes away. This goes away. So what we do is an update trigger. We will just call that, and then we do tick delta. Here. Back here. It's good. Okay. Alright, so we clear actions. And essentially I guess what I do is I run through all the timers. And then if the cycle timer is 0 and pressed is still true, then we can actuate again. But maybe this is where should trigger comes in. Double action has a totally different tick thing, which is fine. It just means I just take this out. And then the has ticked goes away again. And this doesn't happen. Okay. Update trigger, don't do that. Do I have released? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. So should trigger is the is that one. Yep, okay. Actually, I guess this is pass as well. Never mind. Yeah, and then should trigger, I think it's just called inside of tick. Like this. And then I tell it, call me again with this delta time. So actuator kicks off all the timers again. So now weapon node will not call actuated. Go to fire must be before actuate because of spaghetti with the revolver. Right, so I've got to figure that out. Well, go to fire. So what does go to fire do here? If we're fanning, we force a charge. If round is live, fire fan, fire empty. So this is just not very good. Right? That's probably where the mistake is. It must be before actuated. Unless it's reading into this, I don't see why actually. Before actuated. So unless this is reading like primed, I guess. If primed. Yeah, how does primed get set? Is that the spaghetti? This does something with primed. It's for charge weapon, right? This may charge weapon. Trigger mechanism primed. Yep, that's it. Action duration is 0. Append a charge. How do I start this timer? So what is this timer for? Append action charge. Okay. So is it delay? I'm really tired. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna call it. I'm done. I'm still just not feeling very well. So Thanks for watching. I'm going to continue this tomorrow. Yeah. Goodbye.